Dead Man's Curve, you must keep away. Dead Man's Curve, it's no place to play. You won't come back from Dead Man's Curve. Sorry, I was about to say something very inappropriate as a joke. Wow, it's not like I've ever done that before. Anyway, we return, everybody, with more of the Bongcloud attack of Quest 64 strategies. I'm pulling up that spirit list. Give me a sec. That might be? Hell if I know. Anyway, we got two goals here, and the first of them is to learn the spell Vampire's Touch, so that way we can, suck these guys, most notably their blood. Oh, fuck. Whoa. And of course, goal number 2 is to actually kill the guy at the end of the forest. I'm not really rating that as being too likely or anything, but I would be quite happy if we were able to pull that off. We're probably going to have to get in there, in and out a couple of times. Yes. It's a joke that writes itself quite easily. But how frequently do I take the obvious joke, and why is that level of frequency extremely? Now, thankfully we have Power Staff level 2, so we can hit these guys. I assume that, like, actually beating these guys with our big honking tree stick here is going to help us get some damage. Oh, good lord, I forgot Magma Ball had a purge. Yeah, so that was my big concern here with fighting against Fuckboy or whatever his name is. I'm sorry, against Zealous, which is, does his horizontal attack do a purge? And from the sounds of things, the answer is no. Or, truth be told, from the sounds of things, the most important aspect of this is don't get hit by it anyway, you stupid idiot. It does too much damage. I mean, Large Cutter is probably gonna still leave a hell of a welt anyway, but like, yeah, we're gonna get absolutely trounced multiple times here. Again, I could probably just run from literally every fight, but then I'm just leaving experience on the floor. That depends very heavily on if they show up. So because the Lamia seems to have an encounter rate of not very much. I suppose that would probably be the technical term, is that the encounter rate is, nah, not really. In fact, I think I've literally only seen them once. So the odds of that being a thing are pretty low. Is there a good strategy if they do show up to, like, extend my grind session, I guess, would be a thing to say here, which is a phrase that sounds a little bit questionable, but like, should I is it just use a silver amulet or something? Because I don't imagine that boosting my evasion is going to be of any real use, because that's the only other real boost that I have. I also, I was gonna say I don't have attack debuffs, but actually I kind of guess I was gonna say compression is it's an attack debuff. It's just that it's absolutely mortifyingly useless against bosses, I'm pretty sure. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that that old boy guy at the end of this forest is not compressionable. Yeah, it might work on them. I'm assuming it's not useful for the boss, though, so that's probably a... If anything is going to make it feel like, hey, it's going to go completely out of my tiny little walnut brain, that's pretty high up there. But yeah, I think I've got a single silver amulet, which... Right, yeah, I'm sure they're not immune to debuffs, but I would assume that, like, compression works in a very special way, basically. Oh, they're immune to silence. Well, I suppose that kind of answers another question that I had a little bit of, because yeah, obviously it would be quite good if I could use a silent flute or something and just shut them up and get some free turns. Restriction I didn't think would work, but also I probably was thinking that restriction was just reduced movement area and not absolutely freeze them, which my brain is like, which one is it? Which kind of tells you how much I use status effects in like any RPG. Listen, I'm sure that like any of us know how RPGs sort of train you to be like, hey, I shouldn't bother with this, right? We've all played at least an RPG. So we've all experienced the experience. Yes, we've experienced the experience. Shut up. We've all encountered a situation where we discover that, hey, all of those cool sounding status effects and stuff, they are worthless. Like, for example, one thing that I know is that a lot of that type of stuff in Final Fantasy 1 is only useful on enemies with 300 or less HP. So that cool instant death spell that you found that is identical actually to one from a previous level, regardless of elements or anything getting in the way. Damn it! We were actually really close to getting away with that fight, which we shouldn't have in the first place, but it would have been nice. It would have been nice. But stuff like that, kind of pointless in FF1 past a point, and a point that's pretty early. Oh, well, that's useful. Unfortunately, the way drops function in this game... I also had a realization earlier today that... And I'm surprised that I remembered something as minute as this all the way far back as Wednesday. But I'm pretty sure I didn't have any breads when I entered Normoon, so ultimately it would have been smarter if I had actually just gone back to Dondoran and gotten a fresh bread before I picked up the chests in the old windmills. God, these things are stout, considering. That's almost 180 damage each of these things is taking. This encounter has like fucking 1,000 HP at least for some reason. Out of the world's worst smiley face balls, like, man, oh man. Why am I still doing this one? Like, I should definitely be going for something for greener pastures here, but I'm hoping, I guess, that the Thunder Gels have, like, decent EXP out. I mean, this also feels like an encounter where I could farm defense decently. Shit in the stick. Where's, yeah. 198 HP and 80 experience. That still sounds like a pretty decent amount. Unfortunately, I wish I had been smart enough to Vampire's Touch before I had, like, depleted the entire encounter's HP, but I did kind of get whacked around a little bit, so hopefully I got some defensive experience there. And that would be something of reasonable use for me. Okay, now I think the ugly spider... Yeah, the ugly spider. Wow, listen to me. How rude. It's alright, it probably deserves it. Alright, and Termant is next. Throwing those things out there. So let's try and wail on the spider a little bit here. Yeah, because that thing having purge effects actually makes it kind of the most dangerous. It's an alright spider. I think mostly I'm just upset about the fact that it's that. It's that. There we go. Just that it's that. There we go. That'll solve things for us. Alright, so I'm gonna whack this guy some, because arguably the Temptress is probably the most dangerous thing that we have here. This thing isn't water element by any chance, is it? I mean, the yellow orb does at least give us back some... It is! Okay, so that's some new information, which means that dropping some fireballs on it might really help give it a bit of a smoke. Oh, that was pretty good. That made things a lot easier. Hey, we gained a point of MP. Hell yes. Ooh, up to 34. Har har har. Jokes go here. Defense is up to 33. What would be like a good place to be defensively for dealing with Mr. McGee's axe there? Who I'm like continuing to call names that are even less correct every time. Oh, that's got a radius on it. I mean, and sometimes it also has an ulna, I assume, but wait. Ow. Oh, that's not that bad. I don't want to take the full shot blast or anything, but 11 for a magma ball hit, that could be like 10 times worse, dude. Just start spewing a little bit there, and I can at least go refill my mana. I don't think I'm really in a condition where I can go and beat Zeus, but if I can get up to him, I'll at least give him a fight. Yeah, I definitely... Well, of course I remember the magma fish being the other magma ball shooter, because, oh boy, you encounter like a trillion of those. In terms of that one little area, you fight so many just trying to get the other side of the hole. Well, sir, that was incredibly rude. It definitely looked rather inappropriate, too. Oh, Halloween Town there uses the, like, 800 hit version of that. Ooh, that might have ripped our chances here. Unless... Oh. I mean, the kill would probably actually be quite easy, but I want health. So I'm taking a big gamble here. Yeah, because we probably lost 12 there. But we recovered more than that with a single hit. Yeah, so we're at least in, like, less shit condition. Getting almost to... A keyword here being almost, I suppose. Vampire's Touch. And he's doing that. Power Staff. Ouchies. Thankfully I was gonna say, thankfully we recovered as much as he dealt back, but then we lost it immediately. And more noteworthily, we lost our Vampire's Touch instantly, so that's kind of crappy. Dodging those darts is kind of a pain in the ass. Just in case it hasn't been made completely clear yet. That is what you would call non-trivial. And here he is, the man of the hour. He's gonna blow us to smithereens or something. Let's start pumping our buffs right away. Oh, and he's attacking us with a bunch of cursors. So we were not close enough to him, unfortunately. All right, yes, that's kind of huge that he did that instead of Large Cutter. Only 24 damage. Okay, so we're not gonna like heal it back every time. Yeah, especially if he starts rolling high like that. I'm not feeling confident in my ability to just gun it here, so I'm gonna use a healing item. And you know what? It's clobbering time. Apparently he disagrees with it being clobbering time. I might actually have this, which is kind of a shock. How much do I got? I got 3 fresh breads. I've only got 1 honey bread, but that's fine. I can get another one back in town, so that's fine. He's got 680 HP. I'm pretty sure that this is Dunzo in a sack. Yeah, and I was gonna say he can't kill me in 1 hit after that, so he is down for the... Imagine that I'm saying like the word count, but I've taken 1 letter out, and you can all figure out which one it is for yourselves. Once again, completely inappropriate. But at this point, that may be the joke. We have, for our trouble, obtained Magma Ball, so we can do more damage to things up close. which is no small thing, actually, but... actually, I'm curious as to how much damage this deals, really. Oh, we're not gonna find out against these things. You fool, why did you think it would go along the ground? Or go hit something that's in the... Whatever. I knew it went along the ground, I just thought that it might hit things in the air. But, unfortunately, no such luck. Well, you see, Irene, I was actually referring to cout, which is the output function that you write in when you're programming in C++. That, like, your statement starts with a cout, and then there's some other... I don't remember 100% of how to do it, but it's something like that. I'd say it looks really weird to look at if you're not a programmer, but of course it does. It's a programming language. I don't know how else one would expect it to look. I'm just curious. Yeah, okay, so I'm only missing 2 spells. One of which is Extinction, and the other one is Hot Steam level 2. Extinction, or as I like to call it, EXP go down the hole. I've never called it that before, but it's also not an incorrect description of what happens there. I'm probably gonna have to show it off at least once just by virtue of, hey, I'm actually in a position where we actually get to see EXP go down the hole, but it'll be there. Yeah, no, this is like the first time when I am not looking forward to that boss, because it's not just, oh, both of the attacks will remove your buffs, which is a problem. It's also the fact of, like, just getting to her physically is very, very hard. Because she has that, like, labyrinth etched into the ground that makes navigating it quite hard, so it'll take a while to get there. So, more importantly, the odds of me actually getting up to her with all of my buffs intact are pretty small. Oh, that damage is decent. Which is probably more than I deserve for some of the jokes I've made today, but whatever. It's too late for remorse. Actually, I feel like all the next couple of bosses, all of the attacks will just be removing our buffs. And by all of the next couple of bosses, I mean all of the next bosses in the entire game, period. Which isn't quite true, I don't think. Like, I think there's a couple that don't purge all your shit. But only the close attacks. So that's still kind of problematic, because then I won't really be able to, like, melee fight Nepti. On the other hand, by that point, I'm expecting to have at least, like... By that point, I should at least be high enough level that I have Hot Steam, I think. Not that I'm saying to use that as a main attack, but more just to say, hey, I can actually have really high fire at that point. Hello, pale man. Extremely pale individual. Alright, so we've got that. Let me pull up my list of spirits again here to see what we've got going on for Larapool and the Blue Cave. Which are quite a lot. I mean, everything after... every single boss in this is gonna suck, is all I can say, because... yes, every single boss in this is gonna suck. Oh, I only need... that's all I need? Okay. Well... Disco Biscuits, I didn't know that. I could just go do... I could go do that now, I mean... really, that does kind of matter. That is of value. Once I find the yellow wings. Oh, I have to use those outside. It's sensible, but it's very silly that it doesn't make any, like, other sounds. Well, it does also say in my guide that I'm using here that I can't get that until that point. This is the wrong location. I'm assuming. Yeah, no, that's just a very short chest, not what they're describing in here, so... this thing is wrong, but... yeah, my problem here is that I have minimal sense of navigation. Excuse me, over here? Yes. Oh, there we go. I mean, again, every little bit helps. Anything in here? Oh, no, this is literally just... well, at least I can come back through... Could I have just gone that way? Would that have been easier? Oh. Well, I feel quite silly now. Not like that would be the first time that I've felt silly, but I digress. Once again. Oh, neat. That's handy. I would very much like, I don't know if it's out there, but I would very much enjoy if there was just an English translation patch for Elatail monsters. If nothing else. Because I think by itself, that alone is already like a massive improvement to the experience of playing Quest 64. That game actually has a plot. I kind of wish I knew how to, like, do any of that shit. I barely know how to... I mean, I can do some ROM hacking, but the kind of stuff that would be involved in a translation patch, not so much. I'm not that kind of smart anymore. Oh, well. It'd be nice. But yeah, for those of you who are watching this who are for some reason unaware, Elatail Monsters is the name of this game in Japan. And yeah, as I've kind of alluded to, it's a massive upgrade. Between that or between the European version. But the European version does have the advantage of having the best title, in that it's called Holy Magic Century, which It sounds like the name of, like, a Nightwish song or something. From that era where a very large amount of their songs were literally just 3-word titles that didn't make any sense. It does sound like it fucks severely more than Quest 64 does. Quest 64 sounds like the name of one of those pre-installed little time waster games, big air quotes on games here, that you would get on your iPod back in the day when folks had iPods before they moved over to phones and stuff. Although, let me tell you, I have considered going back to carrying just a plain old MP3 player because I do enjoy listening to music, and I don't necessarily know I need a phone anymore. Well, the difference is that at least they're vaguely more elaborate on a phone. I mean, on a phone, the difference is that they have access to things that can bilk money out of you, and they are designed especially for that purpose. Although, really, I mean, mobile games, sometimes I'm just like, how different really is that from trading card games? And I spent how much of my life mired in that, and keep giving consideration to returning to them. But I'll tell you how they're different. I can actually trade my cards away in those. Meanwhile, if I pull a character in a mobile game and I'm like, this one's not for me, but it's somebody else's waifu, I can't give it to them. Okay, so I'm... Oh, there it is. Okay. Between time wasters and this one, well... I suppose that's not necessarily wrong. Anyway, I can't wait to get absolutely freaking lost here. So I want to go away from the signs to start with, right? Now, let's show off the spell that's basically just like an elaborate runaway spell. And even that was a massive stretch. I apologize. I have just told you a lie, and I did not realize it. I thought that hit many things. It does no such business. No such beeswax, my friends. And unfortunately, it didn't even land. I just kind of wanted to show it off just by virtue of like, hey, here's a thing in this video game that you don't get to see very much. Yeah, so I don't think dodging these walking waters is going to be doable at all. Oh shit, I did the wrong inputs. Well, oops. Where does the damage stack when it comes to Magma Ball versus Fireball level 3? Can we VT these? They're... Well, alright, everything in this fight at least is using weak moves until they don't. So even if we get frozen... I can do some of this. Oh, they also have a water pillar as well. What? Boo. Yeah, my power staff dropped, but I don't care. Stan Bush's the touch is the more important buff here, so... Let's try this again. Okay, so Magma Ball is marginally stronger. Well, marginally probably sounds like a stretch, but it's less than 10%. But it is still better, so I'm gonna do it. Yeah, it's true. It spreads better, so that has value. Okay, these guys I remember will do walking water if they get close to you. Yeah, that's probably going to be what I do. A quick question, by the way. Once I start leveling up the other elements, does that continue to, like, increase my damage in any way? Because I could swear that it's at least partially based on your total number of spirits. Okay, I had to be sure because I don't remember. I'm also going to make a brief assumption here that multi-optics are at least not wind. And very possibly they are fire. They're water. Okay, well, I mean, you can't always tell by what spells anything uses. But my first instinct is always going to be to guess the thing they're using the most of on me. Oh, you use that from range, too. So what was the deal with that ice knife? Was that just a, like, weird toss-off that it felt like doing for no good reason? Oh, hey, look, you can see another hole that, like, sort of leads out to Glencoe Forest. Okay, so I guess the boundary just is, like, kind of small or something. Now, these Honky Kongs, I know they're all... they're, like, all water for sure. Yeah, like, the crawlers are definitely using all water spells. The scorpions, I feel quite sure, are water. See, I think that probably could have been dodgeable if I had tried, but... well, I didn't. So... hey, that's doing fine. Yes! Can't believe that got both of them, actually. Yeah, that's true. Like, usually it's reasonably understandable to tell what element an enemy is. Would you die already, you stupid treasure chest? There we go. Oh no, we're at 1 HP, but that's fine. I think at this point I will lose like 0 progress if I death warp. So, we'll see what happens. Alright. Well, when you guys want to bite it... Yeah, so that's what happens when an enemy dies from that, by the way. They just disappear. Nothing special. But hey, you got to see it. I also kind of assumed that most people wouldn't bother using Extinction because they're like, oh hey, an instant death spell, that's gonna be garbage. And yeah, judging by the accuracy rate I was getting there, it is quite unimpressive in that regard. Also, as I said, my understanding is that it also destroys the experience that you would get from that, so... So basically what I'm saying is, don't rely upon Extinction to get you through any encounters until your spirit levels are maxed up. So... And then at that point, you definitely have better ways to fight most shit than that. Because if you're extincting mobs when you have your max spirit level... Gee, you are in dire fucking straits. Oh, you can still get the item drop. That's interesting. But yeah, that was sort of what I was alluding to when I was saying it destroys the experience, because, yeah, it destroys the EXP drops from the enemy. You get only the drop chance, and then you have to also deal with an accuracy rate that's not great. I mean, who could imagine, right? An instant death move in an RPG, and it's really, really, really buns. Like, how often are you going to be using an instant kill move and have it work unless you're in Gen 1 of Pokemon and you're using X accuracy with them? Oh, it does? That's some pretty wacky new information that I've never had about this game. That's a lot of fun, actually. I enjoy knowing this. What a truly bizarre way for an RPG to be programmed, but... I'm sure that if I say stuff like that, somebody will be like, oh, well, this other game, something like that happens. And, well, I don't know every video game. Who could imagine? I play, like, Metroid Prime randomizers, and that's it, almost. Sometimes I'll play Balatro if I feel like finding a new and fun way to pronounce that word wrong in order to be very annoying. Is there nothing here? Or am I just, like, bad at pathfinding? Both of those are quite likely. Okay, so it is just a dead end. I wasn't sure. I assumed that Power Staff could Power Staff an enemy correctly. It's just that you would very rarely be able to see that. And by very rarely, I very rarely can, in this case, include absolutely the fuck never. Just as a note. So yeah, we're doing a lot of staff fighting here, by the way, just by virtue of the fact that I believe it actually does get us some stat upgrades in some way to, like, do that if I'm not mistaken. If I am, you can correct me and I'll be like, oh, well, I guess I'll just fireball more shit then. And also because, hey, why not do things to, like, keep our HP up in this long-ass slog of a cave? It increases your HP. Okay, right. That seems pretty important right now. Question, is my damage affected only by my total spirit levels? I didn't even notice that I dropped my Vampire's Touch, so that was pretty stupid what I just did there. So, like, even my bonks would be powered by my gaining more spirit levels. Oh, that hurts. I think we're not making it out of this one, folks. Especially if I press the wrong... Wow, that's pretty embarrassing. I think I'm just going to lay down and take that death after that one. Whoa. Okay. I gotcha. Yeah, I don't know a ton about, like, any of the real internal guts of this game in any really smart way. I'm basically just kind of a performer at this, you know. I'm basically just a dancing monkey right now, alright? And even then, it's probably overselling my capabilities by a drastic amount, but we're not here to discuss that issue. Okay, so I'm looking at it a little more. It looks like Magma Ball splits a little bit more, like, into other directions more easily, it feels like, than, well, obviously than Fireball, but more than, like, the basic trajectory that you see most of the time, because, of course, you see that same splitting from enemies, because they're only using it on you, because they have no other targets. Anything over here? This one might actually lead to a treasure chest. That short. Ah, what a load of dookie. He actually got up to me. Come on. Come on! Wait. This cave has a lot more, like, useless branching paths than I remember. And get our Vampire's Touch on here. Oh yeah, these guys we can definitely get a little bit of top off going here. Neat. Oh, that's okay. Wouldn't have expected it to be or something. Alright, so... Oh no, this isn't where the split is. This is just a large zone where we can more easily encounter large zone encounters. Hey everybody, welcome to the large zone. It's zone and it's large. Sorry, I don't know why the hell I just said that, but it sounded funny to me at the time. Oh well. I mean, that's a zone that's not very small, it's true. Nice failure to land the hit there. Alright. Just get in between these bozos and... Good work on this hitting everything issue, Brian. You are playing in a very stupid way. I say as I use Fire Pillar at the end there. Really proving that I am the fool all along. Oh. Thank you for the resub.
Congratulations on being the...
Oh, we're dead. Well, thank you for the resub. But we died anyway. So good job killing me, you asshole. I'm kidding. Yeah, I know, right? Perfect timing. Right in time for me to miss my clutch... My clutch cargo there. My clutching my own... pearls. I don't know, I'm floundering pretty hard at these jokes, so... Yes, yes, mash our way through this text. Because we have to go there in order to reset the lowered water level every time. They don't even let me reset inside the dungeon. Well, that's also like, I'd have to wait for that encounter to show up. And technically, there's at least a chance that I can make progress with doing this. If I go do that, well, the odds are pretty good I won't see that fucking thing ever. And we'll just be like, oh, well, now all of us feel really silly. Alright, now look at this big, ugly encounter. Thankfully, we can do a nice chunk of damage to everybody with that magma ball. Let's throw out some more balls. Clean up more of this fight, if possible. Balls, 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 balls. Wait. And then we'll do one of those to finish things. I mean, I feel like how hard can that possibly be? At least some of it, like importing the model import texture change, would we be able to replace them with the Majora's Mask Moon specifically? Because I feel like throwing that thing around just as a concept is pretty funny. And hey, there's our hot steam level 2. Now we're properly boiling this frog. I wonder what kind of damage that does, or if it's just like big radius, which I mean, big radius is still pretty good. Big radius, or as I think they call it in actual mathematical fields, diameter, but... You know, don't take my word for it. Right, yeah, which... I mean, ultimately, I don't know how hard it would be to do, like, a model swap or something for this game. For anything. A texture swap shouldn't be too hard, but there does sort of come with that the additional layer of you gotta do all the work of like refitting it properly and all that. I mean, truth be told, that's fairly minor, but still. Alright, let's put on Vampire's Touch again. Isn't that Nicolas Cage movie? I'm a vampire! I'm a vampire! No, it's called Vampire's Kiss, pardon me. That's the dumb joke. I would assume that it would affect Rock Shower and, like, all the other things that use that same roady brown rock texture. It sort of looks like a partially digested... Oh, I shouldn't say that. That's awful. Oh, wow. I forgot what I was going to say. Good work, me. Like, yeah, that would definitely be something. There'd have to be some refitting there. Probably, but... Oh my god, it dropped immediately. Wow. Alright, well... Get scalded, motherfucker. Oh. Damn it! Of course. To be fair, I had a pretty good feeling that there was a strong possibility of that happening, but that's like reverse clutch. That's when your clutch gives up and you just kind of die. Your whole car explodes. Excuse me. Oh, what? Oh. I thought you did. Well. Well, that was very silly of me then, and also I got turned around. Good work. I thought I was in a different position slightly. Yeah, I must have been thinking of elsewhere where we turn that way. Maybe I just wanted more of this track that is not well instrumented, in my opinion. Not necessarily a bad piece of music by itself, but that, like, that opening synthesizer bit, which, I don't know, I think that might be intended more to be like bagpipes or something. I mean, it would fit with the... It would fit with the Celtic kind of Scots-Irish thematics of the world and everything in this game, so... Doesn't seem like an unreasonable call. Oh, all right, game. You know what? No, we're gonna Nick Cage it up a little bit here and just keep our health high here. Oh yeah, she's gonna be a pain in the butt. Because she purges at close range, right? And I believe she literally only has 2 spells, and those are the orbs and the close range spell. So it's not like Zel's where I can get into his face and, you know, take a huge gamble, but eventually get there anyway. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to fight her with like, just firebombing her from far away. Dang it, Brian. Well, here, just miss all 3 fireballs, apparently. All right. Holy shit, dude. Something in your eye? Well, I would say take it out, but the only thing that's there is the eyeball, you fuck. Ooh, that's unfortunate. I can do this at least. Yeah, I mean, probably. But admittedly, I am mostly trying to get through the area. I would like to effect some degree of progress. Stuff. And again, we do some HP grinding and stuff here. And just go for the kill on this thing. It spawned so close that it's doing walking water. Oh wait, no, this is the wide open area. It's not a branching path. It's just that it's so open that the back wall isn't inside the draw distance until after we see the separator. Alright, this guy is more damaging. Holy fuck. I am very upset right now. That's unavoidable. Well, that bad RNG may have, like, severely caused issues for this run, but I'll take one of these. Heal up a little bit. God, you guys really love that unavoidable damage, don't you? Oh, hey. Pick up the chest. There we go. There's a hero shrink for us, so that's something that'll recover like our entire mana pool. Alright, just take what we've got and go. Nice, we got a level out of that. Hooray. Fuck, I did try to dodge that at least, but I was not having it today. Oh, no, that went down in 2 hits. I was like, oh, god damn it. Did I somehow miss one of those? The answer, bizarrely enough, was no. I had to think about this for a second. Buff. I feel like it would be a perfectly fine choice here, just Vampire's Touch. Oh yeah, I'd get our buff on, and the eyeball is getting a little closer to me. And is able to hit me with the very periphery of that. Ooh. You rude motherfucker. Oh. God damn it. I love these multiple misses in a row. Alright, so we're gonna back up a little bit. Yeah, once again, take the edge of that. Buff. Get back in there. Fucking hell! God damn it, I cannot keep doing this! Wait, I don't need to face that thing. What the hell am I thinking? Just die. Fuck you, man. Ugh. Hey, use the mediocre bread. Okay, now this is an encounter where I can definitely gain some HP back. Like, on such a level that kind of makes me feel a little bit silly for having used the bread. Perhaps, but that also takes a while. So, unfortunately, as much as it would be like, that's good and all, but then it's either I restart the game for that, or I, slowly grind it out, which... It's alright, this'll fix itself eventually, I'm sure. It's fine, I'll just raise everything else up and eventually I'll reach a point where I can maybe fight encounters. This fight is a little bit shitty to, like, farm for recovery, because you barely do, really, but... Yeah, especially in a case like that, you are basically spending 60 HP at the start of the fight for doing this sort of thing. I just kind of wish that it wasn't so much of a pain in the ass to dodge that attack. But I mean, I guess if it wasn't, what else would you do? No. Use Vampire's Touch, because we can actually kind of... Again, we can walk some of this back here. Or we can also just have Vampire's Touch drop immediately, because this game's kind of rude. They really don't want you, like, SMTing these fights, you know? They don't want you just stacking buffs, because what they do instead to counteract that is they just make the buffs... A, have a partially random time for how long they last, and B, make them not last long enough for that in the first place. It's a bit of a pain, but oh well, or something. Oh, man. Alright, now we're going to take another hit here. That's fine. That's even better for damage at this point. I could probably have done that from the start. Save myself a lot of butt ache or something. Alright, now don't walk up to... This fucking scorpion is not capable of following basic instructions. I explicitly said, do not walk up to me. And what do you think this asswipe does? Well... And see, that one decided to behave in a neighborly manner. What about the rest of you? You born in a barn? Man, those fucking scorpions, you can't stop them from singing Rock You Like a Hurricane or something. You can't stop them from getting their honestly kind of more middle of the road songs played on the air, played on the radio. When like anything from Blackout is right there, guys, come on. We live in a digital era, you can do this a little more easily. Oh, who am I kidding? I don't listen to the radio anymore. I don't even know if they have classic rock radio over here anymore, so... This weird gag about me complaining about them only playing certain songs by the Scorpions on the radio is not even necessarily based in truth. It's just based in me being a kind of unfunny. I would apologize, but I haven't yet hit the point of, like, making sub-only streams or anything, so... I don't know where I'm going with this bit. Anyway. Screw it. I'm just gonna fight through the lack of attack buff. Yeah, see, that's fine. Just keep clobbering it and everything will work out eventually. Okay, so now I don't think we have any more spirits to pick up until we get to the maze. The maze, at which point the enemies start to change a little bit too. So we'll have Skelebats and stuff there to deal with. Yeah, I heard that the Yu-Gi-Oh! Retro formats are using the updated rules. And on the one hand, I get it for reasons of like, hey, you'd like a unified rule set. But there's also this part of me that's like, dude, if I'm playing the nostalgia formats, it's because I want to go all the way back there and like, you know, every part of that. And that does kind of include the old draw rule. And any errata that exists for any of these cards, which I'm sure there's some for like quite a few notable cards in those eras. It's just a little bit like, I may get it, but man, that's sad. That's deeply unfortunate. Like, Konami, what the fuck are you doing? Oh yeah, because they modified how Sinister Serpent works to, like, I think it's like a hard once per turn for the card name sort of thing, if I'm not mistaken. But, you know, asked if I can remember. I feel like the last time I thought about Sinister Serpent was when it seemed like it had come to my attention is that it's no longer a thing that is viable. Or something to that effect. I mean, yes, it is a thing that I'm saying I do get it. Because, again, you want these things to be unified. But also, it is kind of like, that does sort of change some factors at least a little bit. And I feel that it would be the sort of factors that would have attracted me to such a format in the first place. But, again, I am not everybody, so whatever I may have to say about it, perhaps it's ignorable or something. Hey, we got a healing potion. Those are quite useful. Even though I haven't used one in, you know, a minute, because, honestly, I'd prefer to hold on to them. If a copy is in your graveyard during your opponent's end phase after... its returning effect, then banish it. Right, it's to prevent you from doing things that are too goofy. Because, again, any sort of, like, endlessly reviving critter has some potential to be abused in a really dumb way. Plus, there's nothing that, like, cares about reptiles in Banish, right? Also, holy fuck, Brian, have you, like, taken your not being able to see shit pills recently? Because you can't see shit, apparently. Like, wow. Seeing that level of mischain, that's like... that's awful. Okay, yeah, I was pretty sure there was nothing that cared about putting reptiles into Banish or like taking them out or anything. Because I mean, it's like if they had a Tyranno Infinity type of thing sitting around somewhere, that could become hilarious on its own, even with the updated effect, and in fact, it could facilitate it. But yeah, no, reptiles are not exactly an archetype that the card designers seem to love very much. And by archetype, I mean creature type. Because let me not be a complete fool here. Brian, I need you to hit. That's how you get health. That's how you, like, do things that are fun, that are, like, you know, not die. You like not dying, right, dude? Actually, maybe there's, like, some brain cell in Brian's head that's like, you're in Quest 64, you should just, I don't know. That Hot Steam level 2 is doing really good damage, though. Like, dang. Kind of impressed, actually. Oh. This should be a safe location for now, at least. Nope, this guy's gonna be a... I'm gonna say an absolute lord of butts. Alright, well, we've tagged each of them, so we should be able to just... I was gonna say just drop a quick 5 kill here, but not quite. No concrete donkey level combat for us. This fight, however, this is just free hit everything with your stick and stay alive kind of thing. Again, right up until Brian's eyes stop working, but you know, he'll have plenty of spares to choose from, right? And I can tag each of these just once, and yeah, that wore off, so that's fine. And where's the kaboom? There was supposed to be an earth-shattering kaboom. Get that thing out of here. Yeah, see, I saw one of those fireballs miss. I didn't want to put all my eggs in one basket and drop another hot steam. Because I had good reason to believe that there was a chance of that failing. Because it does it all the frickin' time, man. That's not going to kill either of them, unfortunately, but we're just setting the table here. Oh, wow, even level 1 does good damage. That's incredibly solid for only 2 mana. I mean, the radius is absolute butts, but like, still, that's still pretty good, considering. So anyway, here's where we get our HP experience, at least for a bit. Our Hewlett-Packard experience. I wonder how many, like, random folks still remember that that's what that stands for. Possibly some of them, but I don't know, it doesn't appear on the logo anymore as far as I know. Haha, get fucked, treasure chest man. Magma ball to try to clear some. I mean, that killed one of the dudes. That's not what I was looking to do, but it's useful. I was looking to just hit everybody. And then I could start up a bit of a Steam sale here. And ultimately that kind of worked out. Wasn't quite as smooth as I was hoping, but that did rely entirely on luck in the first place, so I mean, yeah. Alright, so we're to the second set of screen transitions here. So we should be kind of close to the maze. So now we actually have to start giving a shit. Okay, so here we are at the maze. I probably should pull up the map for this. There is a map out there. But there's 3 here, if I recall. So let's pull this up here. Oh, right. Because I'm using a thing on game FAQs. And the game, the thing it's linking to is a thing on game FAQs that is so old that since the link has changed because of reasons. Oh, hey, that guy's username is Wooden Leg. Wooden Leg, Wooden Leg, Wooden Leg. Wait. Alright, so we're almost back to the start. Alright. Now these guys are weenies, so I can definitely just do things this way. Unfortunately, they're not such weenies that we one-shot them with our staff, but we do pretty good work anyway. So back at the start. Let's get on the path here, and then use camera rotation to... Alright. Go left. Yeah, it definitely helps out quite a bit. Let's try to just magma ball some of these bozos away here. And that did pretty good, actually. No, 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 no. This way. This map obviously is, like, not very precise, but I got most of the gist here. Alright. Hey, that's fire maxed out. Hooray! Now everything is going into wind. Yep, one and done. All right. This way. Don't turn left the first time, but do turn left the second. A little bit of steam cleaning there. And continue onwards. Alright, so now we're going into recovery mode here, because it would be quite helpful too. Ryan. Okay, good. That was only 2 in a row. I was starting to get a little bit... You've now missed more times than you've hit in this entire fight. Jesus, dude. Are you sure that Are you sure that the fucking vampire's touch hit you in the first place? So you could actually do anything? I am getting absolutely jerked around by this RNG in a hilarious manner. Holy fuck! Again, I feel that that's kind of the worst part of the game, is that those accuracy rolls are such absolute ballsack most of the time. Sheesh. Alright, well, that's a healing potion. Quite helpful. So this map is not correct about what item is where, at least. How odd. How completely expected, honestly, but still. I think he at least got the items right. I'm pretty sure the other chest is a mint leaves. But I wouldn't know offhand because I mostly remember any of this stuff because of randomizer. I mean, I guess so. We've lost one of them in the... somewhere. So we're back at this fork. South. There we go. Do the inputs better. It's probably smarter for me to actually go after those with a fireball spell because that has a better chance of landing any hits. Get out of there. Yeah, it was a mint leaves. Okay. So yeah, this map just has the locations of those items swapped for some reason. Froggy? Wait. What's the odds of me ever needing this map open? We'll leave it open until I get through the cave. Yeah, we still got a little bit of territory in which the monsters of the blue cave actually show up here. Good times. Oh hey, and here's a scarecrow. Remember these guys? They probably ain't shit now, but... yeah, especially not... with us having a full complement of spells that actually do things. Finally, we're able to fight these guys. These guys we've been able to fight for a while, though. That was a little worse than I was hoping, but did something at least. Oh wow, that didn't actually kill that thing. Wow. Okay, are we almost done with this game? Yes, okay, I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. Very literally. As it just leads into another cave. Funnily enough. For some reason, that little, like, electronic organ sound in there makes me think like something from the Amiga era. Hooray, we got Cyclone. That's a spell you can use, technically. Hey, hey you. I thought you were a save point. Oh no, it's the bird that's a save point. Okay. Well, we got through Blue Cave. Take the teleporter. Oh, up to 29 wins, so that's pretty great. We got a Dragon's Potion, that's full MP. I don't have to talk to any of these bozos, I'm pretty sure I can just come back out. And yep. Aw, you guys couldn't give me a second to at least get that thing. How rude. Yeah, hey, do you weird bugs remember that spell from your buddies using it, actually? Oh, yeah, that Steam's doing good damage. Almost 200 ahead. That's pretty solid. Now, these guys, I seem to recall, are they not actually doing anything any more damaging than just what the scorpions did when they were at close range? I mean, fair enough. Even though it still kind of sucks that we're basically paying this much HP to be able to start healing, but... Well, I guess I said be able to, so... last hit didn't hit us, so our HP is fine. We will just go for that. Bit of hot steam. Quick triple fireball. Actually, with our damage output, I'm feeling like this boss might kind of be a thing we can do with an absolute minimum of healing items used. Slow enemy, first of all, reduces how much area they have to move in, right? And second of all, it will work on bosses, unlike the other thing. Well, I guess let's try it out. Slow enemy reduces their area of movement, and it works on, and does it work on bosses? But I guess it's kind of irrelevant now because of the position that we're in this case. Also, I think she has like 800 HP, so it should work since it's a debuff. Well, like I said, it's not a huge matter at this point because she's already in our face because it missed the first turn. So we're just going for pure damage race with Magma Ball, and that worked out pretty good. That is far and away, I think, the easiest that boss has ever been for me. 880, okay. I thought it was 800 flat, but that Magma Ball spell just absolutely annihilated her anyway, so that was pretty fun. Now, these pixies are definitely going to not really be big fans of Magma Ball because we've seen that it doesn't seem to like things that are in the air. So instead, let's do a little bit of this. Actually, we should be able to hot steam, right? Yeah, it's just not guaranteed to hit everything. Right, now before we teleport, make sure that we pick up that and get to level 35 wind. And yeah, we'll take a save here as well. It's just because at this point, why not? And saying that, I'll be right back, everybody. I'm back. That's not really a horrible strategy. I just don't like showing grinding on stream. And it's not one of those like, oh yeah, Twitch will flag me for inappropriate content kind of bits. Yeah, sorry I took so long for a routine bio break there, but I walked past the TV in the other room and someone's watching the Blues Brothers. So I have a problem. I see the Blues Brothers and I gotta stop for a second to watch. And that's not just because I'm from Chicago originally. Although it doesn't hurt. Anyway. I guess we'll beat up a couple of these guys and we'll take some hits that are worth like nothing. And what we'll do is we'll get kicked around a little bit. We'll death warp back to the cabin. Yeah, I mean, these guys are here. They do stuff. In fact, I could probably just look away from this dude and just mash the A button for a bunch. Do they? Huh. I didn't notice. It must be very slight. I mean, as far as how the weather is on a very literal level, I'm pretty sure it was supposed to rain today, and it did not. Which I suppose is better than what happened yesterday, so I live in a little subdivision kind of community, and they have a public pool that is open to all residents. And I went over there to go for a swim yesterday, because, you know what, it's open. I may as well take advantage of it for every day of the season if I can. Not a bad idea to get a little bit of, you know, for health reasons and shit like that, because it's good for you and that. Yeah, so I went there and I got all, you know, got out of the locker room, and like right as I was gonna go get in the pool, outdoor pool to make clear in case anybody was uncertain, outdoor pool. As soon as I got out of the locker room, it started raining, and you know, there was thunder and stuff in the distance. So that's go home. It's not a thing anymore. And the other fun part of that is that I ran home because, yeah, obviously it's fucking thundering out, you know. Generally, that means that there's going to probably be lightning in the future. So I kind of wanted to, like, have a much lower chance of dying. But I had my phone in one of my pockets of my duffel bag that had my swim trunks and shit in it. And I forgot to zip it. And my phone fell out. And so I couldn't find the thing when I got home, and I was like, oh shit. And we went back over there. I got driven there, which, I mean, by that point it had stopped raining. That was probably unnecessary. So there was that part of me that was like, oh fuck, is there a possibility that we're about to have run over my phone? Thankfully we did not. And I had actually dropped it, like, extremely near the house. Like, literally right behind someone else's car that was parked in front of our house. So, ultimately, it didn't end up being too bad of a thing, but it was kind of nerve-wracking for a variety of reasons. How's our defense looking? 49. Let me go heal, and I'll go get into another fight. I know I really don't need to heal between this, but actually, nah, forget it. We're gonna save. We're gonna go back. I think we'll. I think we'll probably be okay with what EXP farming we get off of this. Again, I don't really like to show off the stat grind on stream because it's just kind of boring. So yeah, that was a rather worrisome experience, but more to the point, I just think it's funny that it's like, oh, I got there and it literally started raining right afterwards. So that's kind of fun. Yeah, I don't need to save again. It'll be fine. Right up until it's not. Okay, so refamiliarize me with the map because it's been a couple of days, literally. Yeah, okay, go. Here, will this get all you guys? No, it'll miss quite a few of them, actually. Funny. Because all of our spells are just, like, wildly overkill. Here we go. Here's our big crowd of gremlins. Don't feed them after midnight. Unless it's big, fiery rocks. Yeah, ultimate wind for when you need to do like 2 damage to literally everything on the field. Definitely a choice when it comes to statting out those spells, huh? Here, how much damage does a Wind Cutter level 1 do? Not very much. I mean, unsurprisingly, our wind is not that strong yet. Fireball is significantly stronger. Even though, again, I would think the orc would be weaker to wind. Yeah, I mean, it's not that literally weak, but it is like... It's called ultimate, and it does that much damage. Yeah, it's just that my wind level is, like, not very high. For... At least not compared to the other one. For reasons that should probably be kind of understandable at this point, where I was literally maining that for the last couple of bosses. Because that was the better element, and by better, I mean the one that actually did anything. Once again, I'll wait to save. Yeah, boat. I gotcha. So, Earth will give me an extra little bit of power in fire every time, and water will give me a little extra in wind. Oh god, was it there? I may have done goofed. Is it on the ship, or is it like I have to get off the ship? Okay, so get back on here. Okay, just making sure. Yeah, it's just that it's like in the crates. I just didn't see it before. Okay. Let's fix this problem now. Let's get back to where we need to be. Wow, kid, you must really love this boat. Going over everything with a fine-tooth comb. Guidebooks. Let's go in here. At the wharf. I'm also really not looking forward to going after Shilf, because Barragoon Tunnel is long. And kind of awful. Oh, yeah, this is a place where our fire magic is going to continue to be our main line here. Or at least a little bit. As the fishman is coming after us. Alright, Seaman, get out of here. Seaman, what an incredibly strange video game that was. And still is, because it's still playable. The microphone attachment for the Dreamcast continues to be a thing that's real. It functions on emulator. Not the best from what I've seen, but that might have just been the one streamer's experience and emulator jank and, you know. Listen, all this shit is basically hobbyist programmers when it comes to any of the emulators and stuff, so... How upset can one possibly be? Okay, yeah, no, this is just a weird raised ridge here. Alright. The Crucial moves up. Fun that it's a turtle and it's the fastest thing here, right? At least in terms of, like, order of operations. Power staff. Yeah, I mean, the guy's on land. Meanwhile, a turtle, you know, an animal known specifically for not being fast. All that and having a shell. I mean, well, it succeeded on one of those, that's for sure. Keep spending the few turns that I have of Vampire still in order to gain some HP back. Yeah, now we pull out the big guns. And the big guns indeed, that damage is pretty solid. I mean, it could be better, but we're working on it. We are working on it. I'll go into this fight just, basically just using Vampire to sustain myself while beating on these guys in order to get a little bit more defense experience. And indeed to get more HP experience for that matter. Alright, so there's a spirit on this map. And the description for it is kind of shit in this guide. But I am trying to look for it. Where should I expect to see it? I guess if there's obvious landmarks in between these kind of crusty textures. Oh, not Fire Pillar. There we go. That hit everybody, and it didn't quite kill everybody. Oh, wow. Clear them out. Perhaps fitting that Hot Steam is real good against water types. Got it. Never mind. I don't gotta worry about Jack Diddley no more. Alright, so Limblin is in at least a fairly obvious place. Yeah, dodging around this thing is gonna be a pain in the butt. Well, we got a dodge there, so I'll power staff. Damn it. That's better. As we are, of course, 1 HP off from max. That's funny. Thanks, game. Thanks a lot. Oh, shit. Yeah, nice to see you again, Wyvern. You absolute lord of dong. Oh. I thought for sure it was fire because it's a fucking dragon. And not just because of the fire breath, but also because, like, that leathery fuck would obviously be resistant to fire, right? Oh, I guess fair enough. There's another option then, yeah. Damn, those things take 4 hits of fireball. That's kind of a lot. Alright, so we got a Scarecrow here. Scarecrow, or as they're called in the Japanese version, bugbears, which they kind of don't look the part. I don't think from... Because I know that the term bugbear is used for a monster type in, like, other RPGs. I mean, other than just the use of the term bugbear is like a general sort of like this thing that causes you problems. Like, it's not like, oh, this thing is bothering me kind of thing. It's like more of something that's a bit of a nightmare, but... But I digress. Yeah, like a boogeyman and sort of a, you know, not in the John Wick sense of, wait. Anyway, putting any of that aside, yeah, no, like I think it's actually a monster type in various RPGs. And no, I'm not just thinking of owlbears. Even though I guess that description would probably be vaguely fitting for Scarecrow or something. Anyway, from what I've read, also the Miro enemies are named in the Japanese version Unseelie Court, which I think is kind of neat. But that's also significantly different from calling them a Miro, which refers to a type of fish person. Usually a little bit more monstrous than one is usually accustomed to considering, I think. From what I remember of such things, which admittedly is less than I'm acting like it is. And also not much like a Selkie, although I'd be all for more of those. Just for the seal aspect of it, right? Speaking of cows, I have absolutely nothing to say about Mario Kart World at this point, because obviously I don't have a Switch 2. Shit's expensive. But I did see the playable cow, and I think that's very, very amusing. I think they also have, like, the Super Mario World dolphin as playable. And the crab from the arcade games. That's fun. I guess as long as it's going to be so monstrously expensive, the least that could happen with it is that there's something fun going on there. Also, wow, the lag. This is going to be... I apologize, folks. This fight is going to be a little bit of a grotesque time for your eyeballs. And not just because of what we're seeing here, but because I am going to be taking this in this exact manner. Because, hey, it's 6 blood gels. This is just free defense EXP. And indeed, I can just sit here and just vampire these guys and staff bonk them for more HP experience. And yeah, we're gonna be here for a minute, everybody. Well, there we go. Yeah, that took like an eon, I'm sorry. At least mostly sorry. Alright. We may as well save here even though I still have a whole castle and stuff to loot. Just because it will make me feel a little better. I mean, shockingly, we just saved very recently, but hey, we got a whole 4 HP out of that stretch. Things have gotten a lot easier now that I have Vampire's Touch. Right, yes, to clarify, the thing I was saying before is that Amira was, yeah, a class of merfolk. So it's quite interesting that the enemy design is like this very odd set of parts that I guess the name doesn't completely match up to on either case. I mean, I guess Unseelie Court is viable for them. They do have a little bit of that vibe of being a little fairy-ish, but certainly they do not resemble merfolk of any kind, really. Is it not here? This guy is saying, hey, wheat field on the right. Oh, it's like right at the entrance and I just keep passing over it. Oh no, I saw it. I saw the particles. Excellent. How many more spells are we missing? 2. Alright. Well, getting pretty close to knowing all the wind spells. I think we actually might have all the spells by the time we're done looting the castle. I don't think there's a whole lot of items in any of these little side rooms. Oh no, never mind. There's stuff here. Well, like, I'm gonna miss a chance to loot this stuff. Couple more rooms. Yeah, these ones probably are a little bit more lacking items. Oh, that requires a fairly specific placement. Yeah, we're not quite done with all the wind spells yet. It's kind of a shame, but... oh well. Again, track down the rest of everything else here just in case. Yeah, I think it's literally only one more level. Plenty of items. Any more stuff to get here? There might be a couple more items in some of these rooms. Or I'm certainly hoping anyway. It's just a bedroom. Oh, hey. No L button camera shift there. Did I check all the houses? I did not check all the houses yet. I will do that in a couple of minutes. Once I get back outside. I mostly just scavenged the grounds and picked up the spirits that I know are there. I think there's maybe some items in some of the houses, possibly, but we definitely don't get any spirits in those unless this guide is mistaken, which, I mean, it could be, but... Oh yeah, here, we missed one out here. Whoops. And there we go. There's our ultimate wind, so we can hit everything in a fight if we need to do so. Oh, I'm sure it's got its uses. It's just, as ever, I'm going to continue making fun of it because, like, yeah. Got a Dewdrop. The face on that woman looks a little bit... Oh, you guys need to try a little harder on that one texture at least. Eesh. That does not look normal. Been in here? I think so, actually. That's a character model I don't think I've seen, so this is a house. A little bit. She kind of looks like a really, really bad bootleg toy. Which I feel that's got to be an uncommon roast. Oh, this camera angle. This is rather extreme. Oh shit, that's actually stairs. Whoops. Potion? And now back. And that seems to be all of the houses checked. Next, I already did this whole row here. Going this one, I don't think there's anything in the tavern for us. Just gonna talk to everybody. I don't think any of them have items, but... Oh, that guy has an item. Do you have... Hero's Drink. Okay. Yeah, the odds of that coming up, not the likeliest, that's for sure. Alright, so let's go ahead and save again. Now that we have looted the castle. Yes, I got all the 9 spirits. And now it's time to head for Barragoon Moor. Or Barragoon Tunnel, pardon me. Barragoon Moor is a map. In fact, I think that's the last map, actually. Take that guy out. And once again, just to show this off. It's not even very impressive looking. Like, I could forgive it if it had cool graphics, but... nada. Most encounters, I think, are going to start capping out at 3 dudes, right? At least it feels like that's going to be the case pretty soon. Oh, this encounter would be disgusting much earlier in the game, but at this point, that's not so bad. Walk in before we can get executed. Okay, yeah, now they're over to Fire Pillar. Right, yeah, I know that they cap it 6 total anywhere in the game, but... okay, yeah, so... Brownout Castle at 3, World of Mammon at 4. Alright, so let's just do this to soften these guys up a little bit. Truth be told, I mean, how often are we going to get to use that, right? Although, of course, I'm still going to max wind at 50, so... like, if we get another one of those 6 blood gel groups, that would be a very good place for it. Or I guess any other 6 monster groups. I don't know how many there really are. Alright, it's gonna approach to try to fire pillar me. Stay away from it a little bit, so that way it has to do that every time. And that gives us actually shockingly ample time to dodge backwards. The fairly small amount we need to. Alright, and that's everything. So now we just dump stuff into water, I think, is going to be the element. Even though, again, I'm trying to avoid using any healing spells. Or maybe earth, just to keep buffing our fire damage. Primarily because... I mean, considering what we're up against, Shilf is wind element, so we would like to possibly do that for more damage output. Well, I don't even want to do that, but, I mean... Ultimately, I think it probably is going to end up not mattering too much. Although, in the long run, buffing our wind cutter is going to be more important, so... I think we can get away with that, doing things this way. Okay, so the ghost is definitely fire type, which kind of makes sense. But I wasn't totally sure. Also, really no save point before we enter Barragoon Tunnel. Really, that's quite mean, actually. I mean, this game's a bit of a dick, but like, that seems extra. Yeah, meanwhile, the Termant at least is a very soft individual, no matter what element it is. Yeah, I'm kind of like, I want to make an exception, but only for this location, to sort of keep things a little bit in balance, but ultimately I'm a little bit of a stickler about this right now, which is, you know, probably the sort of thing that comes off as irritatingly sanctimonious about a video game from 1998, but like... Alright, well that thing's gonna be able to hit us next turn anyway, so let's close in. Steam cook that thing. Yeah, I do at least know enough to know that they are just like kind of dog shit when it comes to their hit detection for that sort of thing. Like, oh boy. They don't like to be in range, period. That it's often to such a point where I've swung at them, and in the time between me actually managing to press the button down and the start of the turn, they have moved out the way. And these guys are actually even worse about it. With their bobbing and swaying and all that horse shit. These monsters are truly among history's greatest. There we go. Ouch. Large oh. That's a shame, but at least I'll be able to get my my honey breads back sooner rather than later. I have a spirit light. I could use it. Feels like a waste, but I mean, obviously I'm going to use the honey bread first because that's a little less important. Alright, touch. Yeah. Alright, now just start clobbering this ghost. Yeah, as we all know, the best way to fight ghosts is to beat them with a big fucking stick. Listen, don't knock it till you've tried it, I guess. Roast that bug. Please drop. I'm double checking to make sure that I don't have any left, so that way when I say please give me a drop, I can be like... I can know whether or not to feel silly about it. Okay, yeah, I don't have any honey breads left. I do have the one spirit light, as you saw, but that's... you know, whatever. We ain't concerning ourselves with that right now. Alright, shoot some darts. Some lawn darts. And... we really didn't hit shit with that. Man, I don't think I ever truly realized just how weirdly bad the accuracy is on homing arrow. Then again, I don't play this game by maining fire most of the time, so like, why would I know that? And if you're watching this VOD and you're saying, well, I knew that, you're full of shit. Well, not necessarily, but... it definitely seems more likely than not. I'll say that, because this is a game whose dominant strategy has been well known for a very long time. Well, I don't know if it's correct to say that he gets slaughtered by it. He takes a lot of hits from it. When they land. Well, they frequently do, anyway. It's just that often they don't do a ton of damage. I mean, it adds up. Kind of like the idea behind multi-hit moves in Pokemon, or anything else that has multi-hit moves, really. Wow, are you kidding me? All 3 of those missed. Some just by positioning. That's awful. That's really, really just kind of cruel and unusual, game. Yeah, so I mean, I'm guaranteed the ability to heal. The exact value of which will vary quite heavily depending on how many encounters we get in and how bad they are. Firebomb takes out both of those. Wow. Good throw, Brian. You got him. Yeah, it would be more than that, that's for sure. Vampire's Touch. Now this guy I definitely will actually just Power Staff immediately for. Because I was concerned about one-shotting it without that, and I'd like to get the most health back that I can. Alright, so here we are. The path is opening up again. Alright. Take the bridge. It's alright. And we got more of these clown particles here. They take shockingly high damage from Large Cutter. Alright, so the first one's in a maze, right? Yeah. Oh, fuck. He clipped through me. He's out of bounds. Get a load of this shit. That's amazing. God, even the enemies are trying to do speedrun tricks on me. Wow. Excuse me. Oh, I got myself turned around. Whoops. It's because I wasn't paying attention to what direction was the correct one to go in. Power Staff. Ouch, 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 ouch. That's a lot of damage. Well, I mean, there's our healing spell. Technically have that. As our just in case I get too furious with this sort of backup option. Vampire's Touch, and watch these two goofuses walk forwards. Alright, come here, you shitty ants. I want your bread. Give me that loaf, you fuckers. Ugh. How hard is it to get bread from an ant? Oh, maybe don't answer that, because I don't want to know either. Firebomb. Well, I landed a hit on something. That's good. Hey, that time I landed a hit on two somethings. Hooray, I got out of that fight with no damage. That's pretty good. Usually I just group up on those and go for hot steam, because that's like ridiculously high damage. Alright. Brian, you need to fucking hit once in a while. There we go. And we're back up to full health. Yes! Yes! They gave me a bread. Excellent. God, this seems so much longer than I remember it. This specific part of the dungeon. Yeah, Termants are like the far and away the best encounter that we can get here, because while we can clear the will-o-wisps stupidly easily, I mean, I guess I'm just saying that like this pathway seems really far longer than I remember. Unless I got turned around a couple of times, which is also a possibility. Hey, we dodged a couple of those. Hell yeah. Alright, large cutter to try to take out... Well, we didn't get all the will-o-wisps, so we got a couple of them. Alright. Fuck it, I'm going in on Vampire here. I didn't even know this encounter was one that we could have here, and I think it sucks already. You! Ugh! Of course! Well, lovely to do that whole dungeon all over again. What a load of absolute dog shit luck. That's... Ugh. And you could see a little bit in the animation, by the way, the thing that I mentioned before about the floating enemies there just kind of bob around a little bit. I'll take a look next time I get a chance. For now, we're using this thing. That actually helps clean up these fights a little bit. but I think it's over 50. Is all I can say for sure. But yeah, you can see that the floating enemies bob around a little bit if you had a good look at the Will-O-Wisp. I've entered into a situation where I've mistimed the button press and failed to land the hit on them. And that kind of sucks, to put it mildly. Yeah, our defense is 53, which honestly is probably quite low. But, yeah. So I'm like kind of double pissed about that a little bit, because it's like, hey, I actually landed that attack, which is something that's a little bit rare to have happen, at least in my experience. And then the game took it away from me. Am I going the wrong way in this rotation? It's very possible. Yeah, we'll go for the power staff. Again, I'm doing a lot of melee over here. Let's get those HP experience points. That's kind of like building our defense, but without the requirement to actually build our defense. Asterisk, this is not really how it works, but it certainly is helpful in its own way. Yeah, we always have that issue at least once in a while with buffs. Yeah, I mean, that would certainly be helpful. Quick bonk. No. Oh, is that it? Is that the thing? Well, because it looks like it's only 2 bonks to kill him with no buff. So if I can do things where I touch, then buff, and then or touch, then hit, then buff, and then hit him again, that might work too. Yeah, it's only 2 bonks unboosted. For the love of fuck, Brian, why are you so bad at hitting anything? This completely eyeless motherfucker, like... Hell? Oh god, I think I just got turned around. Alright, so let's remember that we're being pushed in that direction. Don't bother with that guy. Target the ghost. Holy fuck, you finally actually landed a hit, Brian. Oh my god. Are you sure about that? You don't want to retry this, that way you can fail again? I hate this place so fucking much, guys. Just by virtue of all the fucking turnarounds, I'm pretty sure I got turned around again. Yeah, I'm just leaving this fight. This is why you have, like, maps and stuff for dungeons nowadays. Not necessarily literally because of this, but realistically speaking, this is a good example of why you should. Anyway. Hey, look, there's a turn point here where we can... God damn it. Again with this. I mean, I would kind of expect the ghosts to maybe have, like, good agility, but it still doesn't make me very happy about it. .84 agility. I mean, that does seem like kind of a bit. Alright, well, soon we'll get to find out if I got turned around or not, because... yeah. Right. So at least there's that going for us. No, that's fine. I mean, bare minimum, I'd actually be able to do it on this since I'm not on hardware, but that's fine though. I can get through this without it. Probably. I'm not going to necessarily be the happiest about it, but I probably can still. Yeah, sure, just even still. It's like, I probably don't need that. Okay, yeah, so... Now that we're like a couple of rooms deep, I do feel like it's significantly more likely that we actually have gone the right way. Yeah, I'm boosting up here so I can kill the ghost a little faster. Ultimately, I don't think it changed anything. And of course, we were still really just at the mercy of the RNG no matter what, and that was the real killer, but oh well. Yeah, just taking a look at my experience points here. 94% experience in our defense to 58 defense, so... I mean, that could be kind of interesting. Granted, you would still be fighting Extinction's accuracy, and I'm pretty sure that's mostly kind of bad. Unless it depends on HP or something, and I didn't notice. Oh, you actually got here. Wow. I'm actually gonna run from this fight, because sprites are just kind of garbage to battle in general. Like, truly a waste of my time. Right, which is always in this very funny territory of like, wow, we're all the way back for that, right? Okay, yeah, so I turned around there. Alright, yeah, good. Here's the bridge area. Oh, yeah. Go around, so this is another straightforward room. Do that. Now we just did that thing only once, right? Because we removed a very large amount of its HP with that large cutter. Meow. Alright, yeah, nothing to the left, so just go right, which is going to be east. Oh yeah, definitely people play it, not as much as all that, because, well, unfortunately, I think we do all kind of know the game's reputation. I have played this game many times before, including randomizers. This time I'm kind of going with, like, the absolute most ridiculous option of fire, wind only, with a small asterisk here, run, where I can only use fire and wind magic, but I've already maxed both of their spirit levels out, so I'm still picking up the other spirits, and of course gaining them through levels, in order to continue to amplify my other two elements. I do technically have enough water for the starting heal. I haven't used it, though. And I didn't start with that water. I started raising wind right out of the gate. I didn't take heal at all at the start. I was just like, nope, I'm doing a true fire wind challenge, at least as much as I'm able to. With a tiny bit of allowance allowed for... Yeah, no, every once in a while I will definitely break out a few challenge runs on this channel. And this one is one that can get kind of on the masochistic end of things. Yeah, basically just trying to get over to... Yeah, you really want something else in there, just in general. Okay, so we're facing up, so we're gonna have to turn back around once we leave this fight. Yeah, fire is turning out to do very good damage to things that aren't resists. And these buffs to our staff are quite helpful. Like, the heal from this is getting to be very good. Shit. This is gonna be very problematic. I'm probably gonna have to actually use a healing item pretty soon. Yeah. Vampire's Touch is doing a lot of work for us. Do I still have a fresh bread left? I could use that instead of the honey bread. I don't think I do anymore. Yeah, no, I've just got the honey bread left. And like I said, that heal spell technically exists by virtue of the fact that our element levels overall are as high as they are, but that is a matter of extreme last resort. I am dedicated to this until unless I hit a point where I decide it is absolutely untenable, but that might take a while. And yes, you absolutely can stack it with the attack buff. The value of that is slightly variable, because if you kill the enemies faster, you do not train your defense as well as that. However, it does give you a better burst of healing, which is quite good in most situations, really. But in a case like this, where we've got mostly guys who are just using homing arrow and wind cutter, I will absolutely just forego that for now in order to try to ramp up our defense a little better. Well, we just hit 59 defense, so that's a decent amount. All right, two Willy Wisps and 2 Sprites. I'm feeling like this is actually a fight I can take. Yeah, it's just kind of a pity that there's literally only one monster in the game that has Wind Cutter level 3, and it's a very rare encounter. It's like the sort of thing where I'm not necessarily even sure it exists, right? Like, it's that severe. Okay, so here we are in the maze. This area... This is the actual maze, not the place that just kind of looks like the maze, but isn't there yet. Alright, another Wisp. Which is like a really unfortunate enemy to face, because trying to heal off those things sucks. But we've had good enemy RNG up to this point. I'm sure that it will all start going to absolute shit in a moment here. This positioning is just not good. An item here. Other spirit is elsewhere. Ah, my defense. Oh well. I wasn't taking that fight anyway. It's just generally not a good idea to take fights in this area unless the enemies are like all on the ground, or at least some that you can heal off of are on the ground. But like a case like this might be acceptable because we can just do some of that. Yeah, I mean, if you have a more long range oriented build, or at least I guess what I would say is a more long-range oriented build that you can actually hit more than one enemy with decently, that might be a little bit more acceptable. But of course, as it stands, all of my long-range damage is entirely in the form of stuff that is like focused on single enemies. Or at bare minimum does significantly more work when it's only targeting single enemies. Like this Fireball level 3 only kind of hits these sprites. It might even have been worth to like run in there and try to hot steam both of them, but I was not willing to take that risk right away. Try that. Hey, we got him. All right, so yeah, if we go down the narrow path, that's where the boss is. So I'm going to actually go back in here for a minute. Yeah, you will certainly accumulate a lot of non-hits with the fireball spam, unfortunately. Alright, so Vampire's Touch. Oh god, the damage that I take from some of these is kind of awful. this stands a very real and non-zero chance of being another rip at, like, the very end. Which is deeply tragic, because I don't want to use items in fights just by virtue of, like, stupid reasons, really. But that was kind of a terrible encounter to get here. Again, I'm trying not to use that heal spell because, you know, by virtue of the challenge here. Oh, fuck me. These things can just assassinate me, basically. It got pretty close there. And I'm going to die now because I didn't hit all three of them. Always with the RNG on this. It's like, that's far and away, and I've said this before, the worst thing with this is that the luck is just kind of absolute garbage. So, we don't have a loaf of any kind whatsoever, so I'm going to go about picking up some healing items real quick. By going back to Dondurun, and then go back to Normoon. There's definitely a certain level of nostalgia, especially for anything in the early game, for me, because I remember this quite a lot from when I was a kid. But now that we picked that up, green wings, emerge out the other end of the tunnel. Go pick those up. Oh. Alright, so I did remember to pick up the red wings, right? Guys, I didn't remember to pick up the red wings. Incredible. I haven't thought about that for like an hour and a half, so in my defense... I don't really know that there's anything defensible about that, but... Wow. So now I've got to leg it back to Limolin and make sure that I pick up the red wings when I'm there. And then I'll take one more shot at Barragoon Moor before I head off for the evening, which, yeah, I know, long stream tonight, but... But yeah. That was a grouping of enemies that was actually positioned kind of well for me to take advantage of that. As it does almost nothing to those werehairs, which, good thing they don't have much HP to begin with, so... It's fine, in that case. That's wild. That seems even beyond the sort of thing that I would do. That's... Huh. I mean, I know the staff is strong, but that seems... It seems like a slight overestimation. That would be tough. Excuse me. At least one person has done it. Well, count me as being really impressed by that. That's... That idea terrifies me a little bit. I mean, I guess at least over time, you would get really fucking durable. Just by virtue of stuff to keep buffing your attack and or your defense and HP. Yeah, you do have the distributors. You're allowed to use that, it sounds like, so... One out of 596 attempts. Wow. No, I died while... God, what did I die to? I died to an enemy not far from Shelf, but I went back to go try and heal without using the heal spell because, like, yeah, and a will-o-wisp got me with, because I ended up against a party of 3 of them, and I missed one of them with Large Cutter. As in, like, lost the RNG as opposed to failed to connect. Since, yeah, as soon as I got there, the game was like, by the way, we're going to start giving you really, really crappy enemy choices. Yeah, I went back into the tunnel before that, into the before the two-staged area, because I was like, I think that maybe at least having terrain that's flat might help me have a time that doesn't suck. Alright, face this thing. Activate this. Let's do that. Yeah, it's... I'm having some, like, I'd say probably bad encounter RNG more than anything. Anyway, I need to make sure that I go pick up a set of wings because... yeah, apparently I forgot to do that. So, that's a real dumbass move on my part too, but a whole other one. And I kind of don't want to spend my healing potions or spirit light until I feel that I must. Yeah, no real HP gain there, but that's because we didn't actually staff very many things there. I think Magma Ball should do decent work. Unfortunately, not enough to kill, but that's okay. There we go. Just had to walk up to it eventually. Took us a moment. Let's do some of this. Oh wow, that actually missed something. That's incredible. Oh, wow, it actually hit me with that. I usually find that they tend to do that like an inch away from you. Of course. Three in a row. The wrong way. Whoops. Incredible. That's a choice on their part. A very funny one. That's kind of understandable. That usually tends to do good work for you. Now that one's kind of my fault for doing things a dumb way. However, this magma ball should clear the encounter, and okay, we're 6 HP short of max. Whatever. We'll die by far more than that if we do. When we do. Yeah, I mean, it's still kind of useful. Yeah, somebody had to have realized, oh, that might have been a mistake. Wow, you got that close, huh? Well, thankfully, Large Cutter actually landed there, and it's strong enough to kill those things by a nice chunk. Good to have the camera right in my face there. I mean, this being a Yu-Gi-Oh thing, I think about there was one monster called like Great Angus or something. I think was an 1850 attack level 4. It was pretty strong, but it was in an era where that sort of strength was like getting to not be very good anymore. Like that was sort of being outpaced. And also you could kind of build combo decks as well. It's like, oh, this sounds really good if it comes out in Metal Raiders. And assuming that my remembering of its stats are correct. 1800, pardon me. But, yeah, sorry. You understand why I'd be like in that sort of area that it's like, hey, yeah, but there were plenty of 1800s back in the day. And they were quite good. I think that probably came out a little bit too late to be playable. You know, it's not like Legion who was there at the beginning of the game. It was just like an actual, you know, an actual beast right before they started printing Mechanical Chaser in things like in you know, tournament stuff and Gemini Elf. I think Vorse Raider took a little bit to come out, but yeah, that's kind of fair. I don't know what, I don't know how much of that there was at the time. But yeah, the one thing that I remember about that era when it comes to any of those releases, and in particular, because Mechanical Chaser was very rare and quite valuable. And my brother was bidding on one, and he accidentally wrote like the wrong amount of money in there by like orders of magnitude kind of things. Like he forgot a decimal place. I think he just straight up forgot to put in a decimal point on the amount that he was saying, so it was literally 100 times more than he was intending to bid. And I seem to recall that at least what he said was he contacted the seller and was like, I can't do this actually because I mistyped, and obviously he won the auction because, you know, no shock there. He wrote in an amount that was gigantic for his bid, but he wrote to the seller and said, I actually cannot do this because I put in the wrong amount for a bid and it wouldn't let me withdraw. And apparently the guy told him that it was a bootleg anyway, and that was part of the cancellation conversation there. I'm not 100% sure if that is true, what he said, but it's what I remember him saying. And it's just kind of a shocking story to me of, like, honesty on behalf of a guy who's selling a bootleg. Particularly because I think the way one thinks is that they would know, right? That's the general assumption, is that someone who's selling a bootleg is doing it knowingly. So it seems like, oh, this guy suddenly had this burst of honesty because he was shocked by how much he was almost about to get out of it. Or maybe the guy just found out afterward that it was a bootleg and he didn't know when he was selling it. Regardless, I'm not surprised that that was a bootleg that was going around. Because that had to have been a card that a lot of people were like, holy crap, I need to get this because that's a good monster. At least at the time. Nowadays, I mean, an 1850 level 4, you'd have to have something special to do with it. And this ghost is just not wanting to get hit. This happens a lot. Thankfully, I at least managed to land one hit with a drain on it. That makes me feel slightly good. Otherwise, though, yeah, at this point, I'm skipping fights that aren't Termants or ghosts. I mean, the ghosts are annoying because hitting them is a pain in the ass. But at bare minimum, all they do is they flack us a little bit, and okay, we take a decent chunk of damage, but we almost out-heal it. So it's not that bad, as long as we don't get huge strings of misses while our HP is low, which admittedly is a big risk. I'll take the Will-O-Wisp encounters if I can line up with them, because it's a sunk cost fallacy thing. Like, we already get hit by those to start with. So it seems like, hey, yeah, just, you're already here. Just invest the 3 mana, you'll get it back. Take the experience. Sprites, however, just aren't really worth it to fight to me. They're a little bit too resistant to our fire damage. And they're wind elements, so they're not going to take much from any of our wind attacks. And meleeing them is just kind of out of the question. That's, like, technically you can hit them with melee. Do you want to try? And the answer is no, you don't. Speaking of not wanting to try, I don't want to try to deal with that fight. Did I go the wrong? Yes, I did, because... I mean, yeah, but it just kind of seems like our damage is low even when we do land hits. I don't know, maybe my memory is kind of ass. Like, a case like this is where I would probably resolve to say, yes, we're actually going to deal with this, because we can just large cutter those ones, and please don't actually... Oh... Bunghole. Well... Whatever, thankfully it's quite easy to take those out with that number of fireballs. Let's keep making our way down the cave here. We're in the just keep going east section. And yeah, situation like this, we got 3 fireballs. We got one of these bozos. We can just miss everything! Like... What else am I supposed to even respond to this emotionally? Just... Fuck! That's dreadful! That's actually the worst I've encountered for any of that. Yeah, the Will-O-Wisps do a lot of damage if they shoot at us. Like, again, if they hit us with both fireballs, which is pretty easy for them to do, because they move fast enough, the shots do. And I don't really know a good dodge pattern for them anyway, that they'll deal, like, almost 40 damage, sometimes actually 40 damage, maybe even a little more, if we get really shit RNG. But yeah, the Termants are easy enough to just cane to death, and that's what I do with them, because they're weak. Obviously, they are far and away the weakest thing in this cave. And they don't really cast very damaging spells either, so if all I do is just bonk them, it's more HP experience, it's more defense experience. Yeah, especially because they just shoot from that close up. Like, there are a couple of, you know, flying enemies, you can actually sort of, like, hash out a pattern to deal with that, because, you know, in particular with wyverns, you can just run at them, and that'll work for some reason. Alright, so we're almost there. Please, if it's an encounter, let it be weak. Alright, and the only, like, area where this widens is the room here. You're tearing me apart, Lisa. Anyway. Yeah, okay, I was gonna be like, did I fail to get the Red Wings? Did I forget to leave Detroit without the Red Wings? And here we are. It's time for the fan service boss. She has like 1,000 HP or something. And she is wind elemental, so she resists the hell out of any of that. At this distance, I'm gonna try homing arrow and see if that feels like landing. And it kinda did. Just because I wasn't confident in the fireballs at that range. Yeah, see, there only 2 of them hit from where we're at, and God, it really feels like our time to actually start moving is very late for that. But our damage output here is good-ish. I mean, obviously we're not going to annihilate her the way we did to Nepti, but like 120 to 180 a turn is quite solid. Those are numbers that I can get behind. And there's plenty of other inappropriate jokes that I can make with the phrase "get behind" here. I didn't even need to heal. Oh! I could have just greeted for that. And the only reason why that's a problem, by the way, is because if I want to get that honey bread back, I have to wait until I go down to Greenock. Or I guess I could get one out of the Sandmans. That's Sandman. That's a possibility. Regardless, we're not going to be able to get that back tonight, and that kind of annoys me. Of, like, ending this with still maintenance to be done, right? Anyway. Let's save. Hey, wow, we broke 200 max HP. That's pretty incredible.